Ivalice, a kingdom blessed by the light of the gods and ruled by the two-headed lion. A year after her defeat in the 50 Years' War, the king succumbed to malady, leaving a mere boy of 2 to ascend the throne. Whoever became the child's guardian would rule in truth. Duke Larg, brother to Her Majesty the Queen, was widely expected to assume the role. But the council, fearing the Queen would wield excessive influence, moved instead in support of the late king's cousin, Duke Goltana. The Dukes, Goltana and Larg, both were decorated generals who had proven themselves in many a battle during the 50 Years' War. While most of the powerful houses rallied beneath the banner of the Black Lion, Goltana, those nobles and knights who were left to languish in the wake of the war flocked to the banner of the White Lion, Larg. Goltana, the Black, and Larg, the White. The conflict between these men would come to be known as the War of the Lions.
From now on, I'm going to use these headphones to do my sound tests with. Yes. I'd say that's a good sound balance. Check 1 2 2 2 2. Yeah, we're really up there. Yeah, the sound sounds great. I'm gonna leave the sound monitor on for a bit. And the key. There we go.
Welcome. Come back.
By all means.
Preparations, is it?
A warm welcome. You're interested. Who's going? Need anything come?
By all means. A fine choice.
Not bad.
Yes? A new role.
Looking for all I await you.
A warm welcome. Want to earn some? Who are you sending? How many days will you allow for this? Anyone you say? Very well. This is how things stand at present. Need anything else? Thanks.
Yeah, the sound is good. These are some of the best headphones around, and they don't make them anymore like this.
A warm welcome. Want to earn some? Get you some news from an errand. No doubt you'll want to hear the report. Right then, tell us how it went.
To call it a success would be an understatement.
So if there's any
It was
little
a
tiny
resounding
scratch,
triumph.
I'll hear it in these, and I don't hear anything. Achieve great success in every...
I, for one, am glad to have been a part. Know that you may place your full trust in us.
Furthermore, we also found a wondrous place. Would that I could return to see it again.
Another ancient wonder, eh? Remarkable work.
I can actually hear the bass in my own stream for once. These headphones are the best sound, and they don't make them anymore. It was an accident that I still had these. I found them in a box. They were the wrong connector, but I kept them because I knew they were so good. They're the best headphones I've ever used. Yeah, I've never, of all my years in buying headphones, I've never heard bass out of headphones like this. You have to be very careful with them. here too. How does this microphone sound? How does this microphone sound? This microphone needs to come up on volume. I've felt like this microphone needs to come up on volume for weeks now. Check 1 2 2 2 2. Oh, we're not even monitored. I'm changing my answer to I should have these sound blocking headphones on the sound monitors because I don't hear my own stream that well with the other headphones on. That's why they call it a sound system. Because there's a whole system of, you know, it's like the American economic system. There's a whole system of things going on here. And what I mean by that is, that's why you can't learn it in one day. Or you can't just sit down and learn the sound system. You have to live the sound system. You have to live the lifestyle. You have to live the sound system lifestyle for years before you can learn it. headphones eventually break. These headphones will eventually break. I want to keep these as my special studio monitor headphones until I can replace them with better headphones. So I'm actually probably going to put these back over there on the shelf. They're like my shelf headphones that I never walk around with. You guys seen me destroy headphones, but these are special because they're the best sound. I don't care what anyone tells me. I truly have never cared what anyone says less than are these the best headphones I've ever heard. And no one has said anything either. I just happen to know that the best, as a video gamer, as a computer guy, the best headphones that I've ever heard are not a choice. I had no choice in, oh, these are the best. You just come across them like gold or like a diamond. And they don't make them anymore. The most important part of that story is they don't make them anymore. It is a terrible indictment of the future of capitalism, how you can just be sure of it, like 100% sure that if they're making the best headphones out there, they're not gonna make them anymore, somehow. I mean, maybe I gotta find new headphones. These probably aren't the best headphones. They're the best ones I've ever had. Listen, I want to be perfectly clear about something. It's been bothering me all day. It's been bothering me for a few years. Not years, a few hours. A few days. The best prevention against meningitis is not a vaccine. It's keeping strange-looking people from third world countries with weird shaped skulls from integrating. And you have to say you're sorry after you say that out loud as a doctor or a psychologist, but here's the point. The way that people say people from the Congo have weird shaped skulls, that's why meningitis hits so hard when it's A or B or whatever, because literally, like, when you look at people from the Congo in Africa and you see how they have weird shaped skulls, you can extrapolate from that fact, that physical fact, that their type of meningitis will have a different effect on the pressure in your skull and in your brain when you get meningitis. If you didn't know, meningitis happens when the spinal fluid in your spinal column and your cranium and your head and your skull, the pressure increases and damages the tissues. But I just wanted to say that, yes, the way that third world countries like India and some countries in Africa, the way that they have very weird shaped skulls, yes, that is the type of meningitis that can kill a person with a regular shaped skull. So that's why we don't integrate too much with third world countries and peoples who have very weird, oddly shaped skulls. But I just wanted to get that off my chest. It's been bothering the heck out of me, but yes, meningitis is a brain pressure disease, and yes, who you catch it from, the weirdness of their skull shape directly affects how badly meningitis is going to hurt you. And it's same thing with mixing babies and stuff. When you mix races interracially and have a baby, the same issues can occur. Like sickle cell and vitiligo and whatnot. Your body has to decide, are we going with this or are we going with that? And sometimes when you mix them together, they have serious effects. But the skull shape of human skulls is definitely about meningitis and how bad it's going to hurt someone, depending on who gives it to who. But the quarantine. But that's the thing, is you quarantine, you don't lock down. You don't lock down everything like Hitler. You quarantine people from the third world countries with weird shaped skulls. Hey, you. Doctors, if I didn't say anything, doctors can be up all night trying to figure this out. You're trying to figure it out. You're trying to make a vaccine. You're trying to solve meningitis. You'll never figure it out if I didn't say anything. So you should thank me. And I'm sorry for saying that. It's meningitis. Your hands can fall off. Your hands and feet can turn black and fall off. So, meningitis is not a joke. It has no political bearing on anything whatsoever. But that's why you have blood types, type A, type B. That's why meningitis A, meningitis B. But it's skull shape X that's really gonna throw the monkey wrench into that. I'm related to the Vikings. I have a huge skull. I have a huge brain because I'm related to the Vikings, you know, the smartest race or whatever. You know, but don't feel weird about your skull shape. I mean, look at this dome. Look at the dome on my dome, dude. Now, if somebody comes in, I'm trying to make you feel better about your skull shape. I got a dome. Look at me. I don't even know what do I look? I look like Krang in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something. You know what I mean? But trust me, I got a huge forehead. I've never been able to fit a helmet since I was a kid. When I was my first bicycle helmet was a problem. You know, but mine's full of a brain. You know, some people out in other places, their skulls are for thumping. You know, like a fighter skull. Mine's full of a brain. Luckily, I'm from Swedish. You know. I have the biggest brain. It's like you should see my balls. I got big balls for a dude, but I got the biggest brain. You know what I mean? Oh, I was thinking last night, my dick is perfect like a carrot. Someone was doing a colonial, you know, 1800s cooking show that I was watching last night. And he was talking about carrots. And he said when you look for a carrot, you know, you want a nice small carrot that's flavorful. He's like, if you go and get the biggest carrot, it's not going to be flavorful. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, that's exactly what my penis is like. It's like you want the perfect carrot. Not small. But not the biggest. It's not the biggest carrot in there. But it's not, you know, baby carrot. But that's my penis. That must be what my penis is. It's the perfect carrot. Because I keep saying I have the perfect penis, and I keep trying to think of an example. Apparently, it's like cooking carrots. If you go with the biggest carrot, it's never gonna work. Get real. Come back down to earth. No, people are laughing and joking, but ladies know what I'm talking about. Come back down to earth, you know? Yeah, you're joking around and pick your carrots. You need the biggest carrot. But really, you need the perfect carrot, you know? And it's 100% perfect. It's 100% true. It's 100% perfect. 100% intact. I learned that the word is also 100% intact. Whoa. Oh. Gotta clean that one. One of these days, I'm going to take one of these Q-tips with the alcohol on it and clean my armpits and see if that helps. Because I just feel like it's going to help, but I haven't tried it yet. You know what I mean? Because if you wear a tank top, there's no avoiding it. You just have to have friends who really like you if you wear tank tops near people. But the cool part about the show is that you can't even tell. I just look fresh, you know, as fresh as I do. You know why your friends and colleagues and acquaintances don't wear more tank tops is because there's no avoiding it. Yeah, it's a thing. It's an actual thing that when you wear a tank top, there's no avoiding what's about to be. You are you. You are you. You're. Yeah. And if you have a more of a problem with human beings being themselves, that's why we have psychology. That's why I studied psychology. Someone like me can help you with that if you got a big problem with that. Yeah, it's true. You can walk up to any person who's a human being and go, "You smell." And if you can't, that's why they made American Psycho. You know what I mean? And I never saw that movie, but that's why we have the psychopath test about, do you smell bad smells or do you take baths? Because people who have real psychopathology, they struggle with that. They totally struggle with all of it. Everything I just said. Yep. Down the rabbit hole of their problems. The longer somebody defends against it, you go down the rabbit hole of their problems. Right from there. All the way down to foot fetish. You start at the top with, do you smell bad smells and do you take baths? And you go jump down the rabbit hole of their problems down to foot fetish. If you find foot fetish all the way down here, they're full psychopath. There's so many reasons why. You don't even want to know the reasons why. Because we'd be here hurting everybody's feelings. I don't like feet. I'm not crazy, you know what I mean? That's why feet are all the way down there. I do like nail polish. I don't like feet, but I do like nail polish because nail polish is not your feet. Right? If your feet and your toenails are your feet, nail polish, even though it's on there, it's that color is not your feet, is it? It looks really attractive. I'm not saying that your color of your feet upsets me. I'm saying that I don't like feet. But if I see nail polish on your toes, that's attractive. That can be attractive to me because it's not really your feet. It's something else. Sexy. And that's what's sexy. From the psychologist's mouth. That's my best psychological description. smells like smoke in here. Most of the time, it smells like weed smoke in here. Luckily, that's why I don't really, you know. But one of these days, I'm gonna use one of these Q-tips. Nah, just kidding. You just get ideas when you get high and you're cleaning your dab rig all the time like this. You're like, I wonder if I could clean myself like this. I wonder what I could clean on myself like this. Yuck. Yuck. You know, this is the raunchiest this live show has ever been. If this show gets any raunchier right now, we're gonna catch meningitis. Okay. Apparently, it's going wild in colleges. The sound system sounds great today. It's like the, hey, you look really nice today. For thousands of years, my ancestors have gone about their day and said, the sun looks beautiful today. And now I'm down here on the matrix of computers, and in the exact same fashion, in the exact same enthusiasm, with the exact same amount of enthusiasm as all of my ancestors said, the sun looks beautiful today. I'm down here underground on the matrix of computers going, the sound system sounds beautiful today. But you know, we're gonna crackle and spark. As soon as I walk over that wire cord over there, it'll start sparking, not sparking, crackling in our ears. That's a great question. Does a sound line does a sound electrical line, does it spark in there when it's transmitting the signal? I'm going with yes. You think no, but I'm going with yes. Does everyone remember yesterday when I said Does everyone remember yesterday when I said flames might be alive? And the proof, when you think about it, is they need food, oxygen, and an origin story or a spark. I wonder if that means that you can create life when they finally create life. Like create life from scratch. All you need is food, oxygen, and a spark or an origin story or a mother. So for like life to exist, you need food, oxygen, and a mother and father or an origin story or like a spark, a creation story. Where did you come from? And so like a flame would be alive and have a consciousness if we could only be less self-centered and self-important and egocentric and self-absorbed and just completely about the self and us, we as human beings, and we know it all. But like if you just let all that go, you realize a flame is the simplest explanation for a flame is that it's alive because it needs food like us or fuel. We say fuel because we can't handle creating life and killing it, in that quickly. See it die. We can't handle that much death in our life. We pretend like things that are alive are not alive. And what's horrible or awesome about human beings is that we think other people are crazy if you disagree with that. You're fucking totally crazy, dude. But that's why ostracizing people and outcasting others is so effective. But anyway, like a flame, they had this thing on Science Friday on NPR years back when I was writing QAnon for NPR. Science Friday with Ari Fletcher and they asked Alan Arkin, when he was alive or whatever, he asked the people, what is a flame? And a flame is a being. It's a living being because it takes food or fuel. We call it fuel. Oxygen, obviously, that's what we need too. And a spark or an origin story or a mother or father. And I'm bringing it all the way full circle and saying when they create life, the first scientists to create life from scratch, it's gonna be food, oxygen, and a spark. Because that's what you are doing when you create a flame. Oh, but if you knew something about science is that most of space is gas. They're clouds of gas. Is like when I hit the bong and I let out a puff of smoke, that's the most common being in space. You know how we grew up in America, and if you asked me when I was a kid who are the most, popular people on Earth, I would never have said Indians. I grew up in America. All the Indians are gone. But then you grow up and you become an adult and you go, oh no, Indians are the most people on Earth, and that's sort of the gypsies when they leave India. It's the same thing with clouds of, being alive. When you grow up on Earth, you think, oh yeah, planets and stars are, the most abundant thing in space. But it's actually clouds of gas are the most abundant thing in space. And it's exactly like how I grew up thinking that all the Indians were gone, because I grew up in America. And then you realize, you realize what the world is, and you go, oh no, Indians are the most people out there, like easily, if you count the gypsies. But that's what the gypsies are. The gypsies are the Indian population that we don't count in the population of Indians. But same with clouds of gas in space. You'd think it would be all stars and planets out there, because that's what we were taught when we were kids. But it actually is like clouds of gas. And they're alive. As Gandalf says, and they were aware. When he's talking about the gargoyles in like Cirith Ungol or something, he's like, and they were aware, and the gargoyles looking at you. Right? They were aware. But you can grow a slime in a petri dish of meningitis, and that's cool. You believe that's alive. But when I go like this, there's no way that's alive, even though I'm doing this with it. And that's because of the cell, right? That's because the jelly and us share DNA. There's no DNA in here, but that doesn't mean it's not alive. That just means we're DNA-centric. That just means we're so self-centered and so, The ocean is alive, too. Remember when I said clouds can be alive? The oceans and lakes, there's like a pink lake. One pink lake on Earth. There's this like one pink lake on Earth where there's like no other pink lakes on Earth. And it fell here from space, but like it's alive, and that's why the ocean is blue. If you look up the definition of why the ocean is blue, it just tells you, oh, because blue does that. But the real answer is because flames are alive, and bodies of water that are strange colors are alive. There's a lot of things that are alive. Maybe they weren't aware, like Gandalf said about the gargoyles at Cirith Ungol, but don't just think it's all jelly molds in a petri dish. A petri dish has a lot to do with a cloud being alive or a flame being alive. You believe in the jelly being alive. But that's because of DNA and the cellular structure and the nucleus and the ribosomes and the mitochondria and the phospholipid bilayer and the And on Earth here, we think we're so great and we know it all, but let me tell you something. A lot more things are alive than you think. Speaking of meningitis, petri dishes. It would hurt our feelings. It would hurt our feelings if I just killed a being. Look at it. Look at it die. It doesn't want to die. I can see it going out. It doesn't want to die. That one just suffered. That one didn't even go out really quickly. That one starved to death on, like, you know... That one definitely starved to death. But yeah, if anyone could come up with a better answer for why flames need oxygen and to breathe and food to eat like us, if anyone gets a better idea than that, I tell everyone, because we've never heard of it before in the history of science. Right? And that's what QAnon is. Nobody can come up with a better theory than me, and so mine reigns. You know, flames are alive on some level. Space. And when they crash into each other, that's my answer for time travel. So the test of an author, when an author is writing something like The Time Machine or, you know, Back to the Future, the ultimate test of an author, whether it's true or not, is how they handle time travel. And so my idea of the unigalaxy theory is that there's only one galaxy out there, and just like if the whole space was one big dark mirror, the light bounces around in there, and when galaxies crash into each other, so it's just one galaxy going, you know, the light travels through time, and so you're seeing the same galaxy through time whenever you look at in any given direction. So it's my unigalaxy theory, and when galaxies crash into each other, that's time travel. That is a ultra real, ultra literal interpretation. That might be the most plausible explanation of time travel you've ever heard. I don't care who you are. Today, March, I'm going with 18th. You know what I mean? 2026. What time is it? What is this? 5:01 p.m. That might be the best explanation of time travel you will ever hear. I don't want to be morbid, but in your lifetime. That might be, you know, let it be mine. I want the credit for it, you know? I want the credit for my handling of time travel. All right? I don't want somebody to... It's effectively called the unigalaxy theory. So go fuck your universe. I'm gonna put this dab rig down. I'm putting it down. I'm just cleaning it. Putting it down. It's these headphones. These headphones, I'm just listening to myself. I'm just listening to myself talk in these headphones, and I'm mesmerized because I haven't heard sound like this in years. We might have to keep these on. We might have to keep these on. I'm just so jazzed about everything.
Your passion for the ancient world is unmatched. You've earned the title of Master Adventurer.
I'm gonna make a sandwich. Oh, I'm a master adventurer. Oh, yeah.
I'd consider that.
Right, like I didn't save it the last time that happened. Am I a little loud? I think I'm actually a little loud on that.
Anything else I can help you with?
Let me come down. Actually gonna come down. I'm gonna come down on myself here.
Come back soon.
On the volume. Okay, checking. Everything's complete. All complete. If there's any leftover missions. Nope. Battlegrounds. What is that? Oh, yeah. I think that is the end of the game right there. If I had to remember. They definitely redrew the map. That's why I don't recognize anything. Oh, is that why you don't recognize anything? You must be a regular viewer of this live show. And I'm talking to myself right now. So I'm gonna grab a bag of potato chips. I'm gonna grab a roll this big. I'm gonna grab like roast beef, turkey, and ham. That's called a club. Because if you have a sandwich, let me tell you something. Let me tell you one more secret. Normal people, they'll make you a ham sandwich. You're done. Or if today you want turkey, they'll make you a turkey sandwich. Get out of here. Or if you're really good, here's a roast beef sandwich. Go. Normal people, you get one. But really important rich people, we eat a club sandwich where it's all three meats. You don't need all three meats on a sandwich. But if you're rich and you're like, I want all of them, even though you don't sell it, I want you to make it. That's called a club sandwich because that's like the country club. That's what they eat at the country clubs, you know, or whatever. If you're in the club, like Tom Hanks in Saving Private Ryan with his sandwiches, I wish they were eating club sandwiches. In the Saving Private Ryan remake, put Tom Hanks in the Saving Private Ryan remake before he dies, and have them eating club sandwiches. Roast beef, ham, turkey. I'm going to go get it. I'm making it. Because normal people, you don't need all three meats, okay? It's only if you're in the club you get a club sandwich. You don't even know what a club sandwich is. But the three animals.
Oh, but the reason I told you that, the joke is that the three animals are in the club.
the ham, the turkey, and the roast beef, they're in the club on the sandwich. That's why it's called a club sandwich. I forgot to give you the punchline. Peter's gonna love that. Peter's gonna love that joke about the animals on the sandwich being in a club. They're not just in a club, the three animals on the sandwich. They're in the club on the sandwich. They get in the club by being cold cuts on the sandwich we're gonna eat. And if you put Epstein's jerky on there, you're a cannibal when you eat your club sandwich or whatever. Christina Brzezinski, okay? And Joe Rogan, her name is not Brzezinski. That's her whore name. Christina Brzezinski, you know, Zbigniew Brzezinski's comedian daughter. Anyway, she just said, I forgot my joke. What did she just say? Oh yeah, she just said Bert Kreischer is in the Epstein files. He definitely ate some beef jerky. You see, you know, Bert's weight or how much he drinks and, you know, has parties. He definitely had some beef jerky. That was the joke I was going to make. better take these headphones off. I'm having too much fun with them on. I'm gonna fucking break these things. I can't walk around with them anymore. That should probably be the last time I walk around with those headphones. God damn it. My sandwich touched the thing, that's okay. I pulled that off. Alright, here's the tomato. The bread fresh. I always I'm very picky when I eat, so I'm gonna pick things off of my meat before I eat them. Yeah, I don't believe in cancer, but I do believe in the jelly that they inject into turkey when it's missing something. Or the brown spot on my potato chips. I do believe in that stuff, and I always pick it off. Everybody always talks about cancer on the news. Nobody ever talks about poisoning. Not really, unless it's a police report. You know? There'll be award-winning doctors talking about cancer forever, but they'll never be like, oh, well, that wasn't actually cancer. That dude was poisoned. That's how I know they're not honest. As a journalist, like literally as a journalist who gets up and does the news every day at 2 a.m., other journalists that I know very well, because I've heard them speak a lot, they really never talk about poisoning. But every day they got a GlaxoSmithKline pharmaceutical for you about cancer, you know? Like a propaganda film. But like nobody, as a journalist, as a psychologist, I know this as a psychologist that when we're doing journalism, there's no possible way we could not talk about poisoning that much on the news. Poisoning doesn't sell on the news. Cancer does. Astrology, you know. There's a lot of things that sell on the news. Things you can't see, they're invisible. Poison, we know what that is. We know what it tastes and smells like and looks like, you know. And like cancer, you have no idea what's going on.
it's like shifting sands, you know? It's like the cup game where you can't see what's happening. But, like, poison is like, oh no, that's a vial of poison over there. I can see the spot on my potato chip. I can see the, you know, jelly and the meat or whatever. I can see the, you know... What's another good example of a poison that people take all the time? The Ozempic. You know, I can see the face of someone with Ozempic. Poisonings, you know, because Ozempic is a chemotherapy. It's a chemotherapy drug that they're giving to people for weight loss. You know how people are dying of chemotherapy drugs and they lose all their weight? They perfected the drug enough where you'll just lose the weight now. But... in it. That's what the British say. In it. It means, is it not? And the rest of that sentence would be, is it not the case? Right. In it. Well, that's the truth, isn't it? Yeah, I love the people. I love the people who are like, you know what he needs is religion. It's like, thank God for idiots. You know? Even though there are no gods in real life, I still feel that way. Thank God for idiots. It's like when I'm gonna put more salt and pepper than we need on this sandwich. That's because I'm a moron. You know? I think that it's gonna be better sandwich if I put more and more salt and pepper on. Even though I know I'm a moron, I still can't help but putting more than I need. And that's what makes me a moron, is just I have to put more on than I need with salt and pepper on this sandwich. Here goes the roast beef on. Which Dr. Seuss calls roast beast, and I want to know why. There's a reason why he says that, and I really want to know why. Is it very good? No. This is like grade like C or like a B minus for me. should have taken my jacket off if I was going to know it was be this long. But now I've got meat hands, so I might as well just finish. Shake Hands with Beef. That's a Primus song I was listening to earlier. Which has to be the first time you masturbate if you're a man, shake hands with beef, right? There's no other interpretation of that. There's no other interpretation than that. I refuse to accept all other interpretations of that title song. My friend was a fan. And I was a fan because my friend was a fan. And I was a bass player. And I think he wanted me to play bass again. And dude, I was becoming famous. I was making Fire Majory Guru videos. I had friends. The whole time I was making Fire Majory Guru videos, I had friends. Now we have Epstein files. And that trade is worth it. If anyone's wondering, the trade was definitely worth it. No, they weren't. Yeah. Unless you have the evidence that the election had no integrity. There's got to be some election evidence in the Epstein files, right? Like if Pandora's box is the Epstein files now, the final chapter is sort of the Epstein files' effects on elections, right? I mean, the first chapter is cannibalism. I'm not saying it's the most important. The first chapter is human meat. And the first line of the first chapter is everybody's eating human meat. It's just not cool when the leaders are into it and sexualize it with children, you know. Because apparently it's super addictive. The way that like a bad person can get addicted to fighting people outside of the gas station, really rich or really powerful leaders can get addicted to eating your meat off of your bones, you know? But the proof has never hit newsstands everywhere until the internet was created, and that's what the Epstein files are. And we think the Pandora's box was what happened when they invented like the book. And so human beings have always been eating human meat for cannibalism. That's been going on forever. But Pandora's box was when like the book and the pencil was invented. When the page of paper and the book was invented, that was Pandora's, or like the scroll, the papyrus scroll. Okay, if you want to get really academic, when the papyrus scroll was invented, that unleashed a Pandora's box of, oh my god, what happened? We're eating people. You know? But yeah, the first chapter is cannibalism, and the first sentence is everyone. If you went to the grocery store and everyone is eating human meat, you know. But the last chapter is the effect on elections.
But the last chapter is definitely the effect on elections. You know, of political positions.
let's get moving. We have to... Oh, we have to do this. I brought these headphones again. And that's gonna be save it? Save the game and then run in to battle. That sounds good to me.
Do you know what it is you do?
Hey, fellas, I'm trying to eat here, okay? I'm trying to have a sandwich, if you don't mind. I don't like that. I don't like that either. Yeah, well, I'm a Ronin. If you know anything about me and tribal warfare, I happen to be a solo assassin. He was hyping up the tribal warfare. Let me reset our sound. We got sound disturbed there. But that's who the Ronin were. That's why the Ronin were scary, because they didn't have a daimyo to tell them what to do. I had to reset the sound. I want to know why. If anyone knows why that's happening to me, other than Mossad or the Five Eyes intelligence program, or, you know, planned obsolescence over at Microsoft, I have no idea. Let me know. If it's a Yamaha driver that I need to update, that's a good one. It's a good theory. It was the last time. The last time something like that, similar, not exactly that, unless I don't remember it. Last time something like that happened, we had to get the USB MG16XU. Not the number specifically. We had to get the Yamaha driver. But I don't think that's it. I have a funny feeling it's nothing. It's not it. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's the whole thing right there, is I don't even think that's it, but it is. Or that's not it. Okay. Oh, take this off. Yeah, this, I don't even think we're gonna use this. I'll just put one micro slice on, but I don't even think we should put this on the sandwich. One there. No, that's okay. We'll just have one on there. I'll try it. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll get one in there. All right, and now mix it up. I don't think I put enough something in there. Yeah, I can tell that's not right. There we go. That should be good. Pour some of that out. That's better. There we go. Oh yeah, the line. Oh man, I almost dropped everything. There. And then on the other side too. That bread is so fresh, it tastes like a donut. We got clumped up there. Alright, that was a fucking crazy mess. My fingers have oil all over them. But we came out with a sandwich. As soon as I wiped the blade clean of oil.
Had you spoken willingly, your lives might have been spared.
What does it taste like? Fresh food and fresh meat. So it tastes like how a Disney cartoon looks when they're drawing the cornucopia. In Fantasia.
I should have preferred to employ measures less extreme, but there's no time for that now.
It tastes like fresh food. It doesn't even have a taste. You just go, oh, it tastes like we're walking through the grocery store. It tastes like I'm walking through a grocery store and just smelling all the food, different foods around me. Club sandwich. Put the enormous knife over there. Like, you know, it was hiding under a napkin between my plates. And maybe put this plate over there. Tesla famously needed like 20 napkins to eat his food, his special chicken.
I don't understand.
The boy heretic. He has frustrated our every move. And now that he holds most of the stones, your aid is no longer required.
But the Knights Templar answered to me. And me alone.
I didn't bring everybody's
Truth be told,
gear
the
back,
noble
did
is
I?
Deep, it is not mortal.
I think we can gear them.
Treated soon, you will live. But you must earn your life. Tell me, where is the entrance to the Necrohole?
I haven't decided whether I enjoy hearing myself eat live, but on a delay. So every bite, I hear it twice. As it's actually happening, and then on delay in my phones, because I'm listening to my own stream. There's a delay. Like, that tastes like snack time. And then I hear myself eat it again. While I'm experiencing the aftertaste, I hear the first bite of the chewing. And I haven't decided whether it really delights me or not.
You would know.
But we might be onto something here.
To know. Now, out with it.
The soda drinking and the burping, less so. I'll bet I'll be less enthusiastic about it. But the chewing, the crunching of the potato chips is like really thrilling.
Orbon. The vaults beneath the monastery. In the lowest levels, there is a glyph of conveyance. Bound by magic.
It tastes like if food... This sandwich that I made tastes like if food could taste fresher than the freshest salad than you've ever tasted. And that's what a sandwich is. That must have been what they said when Lord Sandwich invented the thing. If he didn't steal it. They must have said out loud after they took a bite of sandwich, you know, this is the only thing that tastes fresher than a fresh salad. Because you got the bread and the meat in there.
Of all the places. And how does one break this seal?
I sort of love the idea that the Catholic Church invented the potato chip. Like, I know you'll fight me on this, that it's not true, but I know in my heart that the people who invented the Catholic Church sort of invented the potato chip. If I created a religion, we would definitely hold up a potato chip and eat it like that. Because I don't want you to eat candy all the time, but you gotta want it. The point is, it's a real problem that I don't eat chips with dip when I'm trying to communicate with people that I'm not connecting with. If you create a religion, you have to make one rule that sucks, that everybody hates. Mine is, thou shalt not eat a chip with dip. Because I don't eat dip with chips, and I never have. It's not that I don't like it. I just don't care. I just don't care. And I never have. It's the same way, like, I don't care that I didn't do heroin today, because I've never tried it. Not that I know of, you know. You know, like, I don't care about chip dip, because the same thing with cheese on broccoli. I don't care. Never cared. It's fresher than a fresh salad. That's what this sandwich tastes like. How did we do it? How did we get there? How could a sandwich taste fresher than a fresh salad? Well, fresh meat and fresh bread. You could fight him on it. Apparently there's a fight in baseball stadiums in America about whether a hot dog is a sandwich, because Lord Sandwich owns the patent, and he needs money if it's a sandwich. But the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, we're trying to figure out the thing. The ruling really is that a sandwich is actually a salad. Yes! This is why we bought the gavel. The ruling on if a hot dog is a sandwich or not revolves around the simple fact of if a sandwich is in fact a salad. That ruling is final. But you know that I had the idea to buy the gavel because when I was doing a ruling like that, I had the urge to smash a gavel to make the point, to help drive the point home. The case of if a hot dog is a sandwich or not is actually hinges upon if a sandwich is a salad or not.
I know not. I swear it.
Case closed. Will you please close your mouth when you're chewing? Okay. But the case is still closed.
The scriptures may hold some clue. I cannot say.
At every turn, the boy.
Turn off LBC radio. What's on TV? I'm gonna put my nice headphones on. I'm gonna put my nice headphones away. All right. You know what people hate the most about me? I was just thinking, the thing that people hate the most about me is being jealous of me. People like to look down on me and think they're better than me, but as soon as people feel jealous of me, there's, missiles flying through the sky. It gets to that level. So there's sort of this constant urge to prove that I'm having a really bad time out here. And man, when people are jealous of me, there's like a international conflict that breaks out. But like this sandwich, the roast beef wasn't even that great. It was pretty fresh, though. It's hard to argue against how fresh it. The freshness brought it up to a 9.5. Even though it didn't have the right marbling. Or lack of marbling. Because I eat very lean. But sometimes that's not what we need, I guess. I wonder if I don't know what I want when it comes to roast beef. I wonder if I don't even know what I want, because I'm keep telling them to get me the lean stuff, but then this comes along, and we did okay.
Blame us not. 'Tis your God who has failed you.
Do not leave me like this. I beg you.
The cross. The Christian symbolism in the sword hilt handle jabbed into that guy's back as he lays on his face, and the sword Native American straight in the air. It's like the ultimate Christian symbolism is like the sword hilt in the body on the ground. Like a grave. But I love a good idea. Not the jabbing a sword in a guy's back, but that scene where they fade to black cinematically and the sword is sticking up like a cross in the guy's back. That's why I really love a good idea. Again, not because he took a sword to the back, but like when it came to what are we going to do for that scene in this story, that's why I love a good idea, because you couldn't really do that better. Yeah, don't give me that look when after I say that, don't give me that look. Oh, I just remembered I can put my gold rings back on. You know that solid yellow gold has a sound? Yeah, it sounds fake when you say it out loud that gold has a different sound than other materials, but when you own it, when you own gold, you go, oh, I get it now. That's why it's like in video games. That's why that sound is in video games. Here, I'll do the sound for you. That's the sound of gold going ting, ting, ting. Where are we here? Oh shit, I just jacked in and I didn't click OK. Wait a minute. Where am I doing here? Here we go. Yeah, oh my god. You hear the gold. You can hear the gold when somebody drops it. I love wearing gold. That's why you're only allowed to marry one person. Because you can only wear one gold ring. An incel like me, who's a virgin, like me, I can wear 6 wedding bands because I don't believe in God, you know? But the reason why you wear a gold ring when you get married is because they do not want you to wear 6 like I am right now. They do not want you to wear them. It used to be illegal to wear this gold rings back in the day. And it still is when you consider the marriage thing, you know? But that's why I love wearing these things. My God, I love wearing these things. You have to be a big enough asshole to order a size 12, a size 11, a size 10, a size 9, a size 8. Nobody needs size rings 8 through 12 unless you're putting them all on your fingers, on your hand. So you have to actively in your life find the time to be that much of an asshole. And I did. We managed. For my 40th birthday, we found the way. I didn't even have to get married to get one of these wedding bands. That's the best part. I just bought 6 wedding bands, size 8 through 12. Like I'm 12 different people. Okay, do the math. Like I'm 4 different people. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. size 7 through 12. Now that I think about it. Yeah. My index finger is size 12. My middle finger is size 11. My thumb is size 11. My forering is size 7. My ring finger is size 10 or 9. Oh, I don't even remember anymore. I actually don't remember. Let's go up from the smallest. My four-finger ring is my sixth finger ring. My four-finger ring. My not middle finger. My knuckle ring. I'm going with a knuckle ring. Like knuckle sandwich, I'm going with my knuckle ring. No. Knuckle ring is size 7. Pinky ring is size 8. Index finger is size 12. That must mean I have 2 size 11s, one on my middle finger, one on my thumb, and then the size 10 is on my ring finger. So I'm a 10. My ring finger is size 10. I'm a 10, ladies. Right? You always want that 10. Right? 11, he may beat you up. 9, he's not big enough in the bedroom. You know, you want a 10 on that ring finger. That's the case I'm making for my own body. So I feel good about my own body. Yeah, we didn't change any of this shit. Oh no, wait, we can change it now.
You can trust me.
Oh my god, we have fuck. Alright, go ahead.
I shall do my best.
Wait a minute.
I am eager to fight.
The problem here is if I change us all back, let's just leave. Let's just see it again. I'm giving up.
Understood. Very well. To battle.
Halt! You stand before Malond Cathedral, great seat of the Church of Glabados. None save members of the clergy are permitted within these walls. State your name and title, and let your purpose in coming here be known.
It's Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Your mother was a hamster.
I am Ramza Beov, youngest son of the house of the same name, though I come before you independent of it. My sister, Alma Beov, is held unlawfully by the Lord Commander of the Knights Templar, Fulmarv Tengil.
I thought he said the Knights Templar.
I demand her immediate release.
Ramza Baelv? You were the one who murdered Cardinal Delacroix. Raise the alarm. A notorious heretic lays siege to the cathedral. You are foolish to present yourself before us. In Saint Ajora's name, we will carry out your sentence where you stand.
I'll handle this.
Apparently, Mark Wayne Mullen killed his own son when he asked doctors to operate on him, and he was never the same again. So I just wanted to say, as a psychologist, that explains a lot about who he is. But he was definitely crying about it in front of everybody today, and you can't cry that easily unless you're John Boehner, you know. And especially if you killed him, you can't cry that quickly if you killed him. It's not even recommended as a psychologist. There's something propaganda-y about that. I can tell you right now, whatever they said, don't believe it, because there's something propaganda going on about that. It's so easy to see something as not propaganda that is propaganda, right? You know, but reality is propaganda for the world. You know, like that globe over there is propaganda that Earth looks like that. You know, like anything could be propaganda. But you, as a human being, you have to know what propaganda is. To even know that it exists. Otherwise, the propaganda works on you, and it's just working on you. God damn it. Let me get some of these on my plate here, as I have to take control of what's happening. Ruffles are supposed to be eaten with dip. That's why everyone's so mad at me. Isn't it? Yeah, it's gotta be. Because there's a picture of Dip on the cover, on the front of that.
How might I help? Yes? A new role.
What is it? I see.
I understand. By all means.
I almost want to make our thief poach. But nah. No, we don't need poach. He would be tame. He would be tame. But I don't know. We'll just wait for that time to happen and reset and change it like I just did. 2 healing stabs now. Good. And you didn't change a bit. And I didn't change. And I still look good. Okay, we're ready. Now save it, and now we're just ready for anything.
Do you know
Unless they have a monster we need to tame.
what it is you do?
Had you spoken willingly, your lives might have been spared.
I'm gonna go grab another Coca-Cola.
I should have preferred to employ measures less extreme, but there's no time for that now.
I don't understand.
Alright, what's going up there? This, these. Looks good. Kind of an annoying song. Sorry. It's a little bit kind of an annoying song.
He has frustrated our every move.
Sorry.
And now that he holds most of the stones, your aid is no longer required.
But the Knights Templar answered to me. And me alone.
Truth be told, though your wound is deep, it is not mortal. Treated soon, you will live. But you must earn your life.
Final Fantasy Tactics.
Where is the entrance to the Necrohole?
Alright, turn off LBC radio. Just turn it off. So stupid. What a stupid news story. Alright, I'm gonna put this back over here. What does that mean? Oh, I'm going to,
You would know. Would be the only one to know. Now, out with it.
Orbon. The vaults beneath the monastery. In the lowest levels, there is a glyph of conveyance. Bound by magic.
You know why potato chips are awesome? Because when you're not done with your sandwich, but you don't want to finish it yet, but you still want to keep eating, and you don't want to open your Coca-Cola until you get back, but you still want to keep eating. It's like the endless supply of potato chips. That's why I don't need dip with potato chips. Because everything else in the meal is the dip. And the potato chips are just taking up slack.
Yeah, did you hear his explanation for potato chips? It's completely incoherent. I couldn't follow a word of it. Yes, I was making the case that because I don't eat chips with dip, because I don't eat dip on my chips, that the whole rest of my meal is the dip, and the chips are just like an endless supply of things to eat if I'm still hungry while I'm eating my sandwich. And I love the idea that, like, there's someone out there who just can't hear it. Like, they just hear me saying potato chips and they see me smoking weed and they're just, none of it's going in. They love dip. But I just love the idea that there's someone out there who's gonna watch this show eventually and they just can't. Their friend told them I'm a genius and they're watching the show and they're just like, I just can't. I don't get it. You're not allowing it in. I have a mentor like that. I have a brother a little bit less like that. Everyone in my family looks at me like that. But a lot of times when I'm a genius and nobody gets it, people just can't let it in. Whatever it is and wherever it's going, just let it in.
That wasn't cool.
As much as I say my mentor didn't believe in me and couldn't hear what I was saying, I had a best friend who was the exact opposite of that, like my mentor. And he was like, let's start a band and let's go, try to become breakdancers or something like. That's what's interesting is that, yeah, those are two good examples of polar opposite forces in my life.
Did I mention be famous? He was like, yeah, let's start a band and be famous. Like, I think you're right. Nobody's more famous than QAnon, though. Like, that's why it's so controversial that I say that I'm QAnon. Because the amount of money behind all of that stuff is just incredible. And that's why people don't know who QAnon is. They don't know it's me. Because I mean, I have all this, everything I've ever wanted, clearly, but...
Of all the places.
We don't have all the credit for all the writing yet. At least the Epstein files are out. When they get to the bottom of the Epstein files, it's going to be I'm the author of QAnon, and someone's going to have to pay me a ton of money. Or they're going to have to admit that I wrote all of their jokes and stuff.
And how does one break this seal?
I know not. I swear it.
But that's why people do not believe it's me. And they do not want to believe it's me. Like, when they point to me and go, he's the guy who predicted the Guthrie incident. Or, you know, he's the guy who predicted that other thing. He's the guy who's told us oil would spike. That's fine. You know, on an individual basis, I can be correct. People can handle that I'm correct about that one thing. But when it comes to me being the author of QAnon, people can't take it. People are fucking checked out. It'd be like trying to tell, you know, your son that you're Dracula. He's like, Dad, I don't even want to hear it. You're like, don't even talk to me. All right. You're not Dracula. All right.
The scriptures may hold some clue. I cannot say.
But I see it all the time. I've been writing the thing since the beginning. Since before the beginning. You know, I've seen everyone's reaction to me since from then until now. So, like, I've seen it all. When it comes to believing anything about me, believing anything in me. When it comes to believing in me, anything in me, I've personally seen it all because that's my life. Do people believe in me? Do people believe what I'm saying? It's the origin story of QAnon.
At every turn, the boy. Blame us not. 'Tis your God who has failed you.
No. My favorite thing. You guys don't even really know me very well. Allow me to let you in. My favorite thing to do as a journalist, particularly a popular one, is to totally, completely, utterly ignore a news story that I know you're trying to put in front of my face. It's one of my favorite things ever to do. I don't watch The Real Housewives. You know, I'm not down at the casino. I don't watch sports. One of my favorite things ever to do is completely and totally, utterly entirely ignore a news story that is front headline, front page. Not a word. Not one word out of me. And I love that. As a serious journalist who loves to impress, who really likes to impress, like a journalist who likes to impress other journalists, they'll be doing a story that everyone's talking about it, and they eventually look at me when they've all said something, and I'm looking at them like, I'm watching you guys all say something. I'm never going to talk about this story. But that's my favorite thing. That's my favorite thing. It's like when you have when you're holding the flag in Halo right next to the cap spot, and everyone in the battleground is looking at you at the same time. You're like, hey, I fucking love this. By the way, I have the flag. I'm right next to the cap spot, and you're all looking. You all just noticed 1 second ago, 2 seconds ago. You know. I will actively, and the thing is, it's like a battle. It's like literally like a physical fight. I will actively ignore the news story they're trying to show me, and they just keep pushing it and pushing it. And then we find someone's doing propaganda through the Epstein files. We have, you know, the office they worked in and their colleagues' names, you know. It gets to that point. They just keep trying to run this propaganda in my face. And until the cops come, until they start hearing cop sirens outside of their office, you know, outside of their advertiser's commercial office. Yeah. They were like stuffing ballot boxes or something, you know.
I cannot wait.
You can rely on me.
Let's go.
Very well. Forward.
I'm like full. I'm ready to give this sandwich away at this point. It's so good. I'm full. I can't believe it.
You stand before Malond Cathedral,
Yeah.
great seat of the Church of Glabados.
Just get some more potato chips out. Like I said, just get some more potato chips out. I'm ready. Oh, they're still doing this stupid story. Yeah. Speaking of a worthless news story. Speaking of a worthless news story that I'm going to completely ignore forever, they're still reporting on it. It's like, at this point, start the timer. I'm going to put a timer on you. The advertisers love when I start a timer after someone's been talking like that and they want me to give my take. And I just keep going and going and going. Eventually I'll start a timer and the everyone at the news org has no idea what it means, but the advertisers and commercials people, they're squirming in their chairs when I do that, because they'll hold the commercials for me, like holding a door for someone too long. They'll hold the commercials open for me, just trying to get one word out of me on a news story, and it's just, I act. What I'm really good at is acting like I'm not doing that. I am like really gifted at acting like I'm not pulling a fast one in any given scenario. You know what I mean? I'm just so good at it. You have to have like a perception. It's like an extrasensory perception kind of thing. It's almost to that degree. Yeah, Trump's fairly good at it too. Whatever I'm talking about.
None save members of the clergy are permitted within these walls. State your name and title, and let your purpose in coming here be known.
Yeah, that's why people think Trump is a liar when maybe he's even not, is because he's really good at whatever I just said I was good at. What was I talking? I said I was really good at, acting like I'm not, like I don't know exactly what you're trying to do. I am really gifted at acting casual. You know when you know in the movies when your guy turns to his friend and goes, "Oh look, there they are." Act casual. I'm really gifted at acting casual in a very specific case of when you think you're pulling a fast one on me. Like when people think they're pulling wool over my eyes, I am, as a weed smoker, especially as a weed smoker, who kind of, I'm so good at acting casual, like and acting like I don't know that I know what you're thinking, that you think that I don't know that what you're thinking about me. Yeah, go with it. Whatever I just said, just go with it. In an attack strategy against me, in every way. It could all be that could all be a trick too. We have to get going with this story. Oh, yeah, please.
I am Ramza Beowulf, youngest son of the house of the same name, though I come before you independent of it.
Okay.
My sister, Alma Beowulf, is held unlawfully by the Lord Commander of the Knights Templar, Fulmarv Tengil. I demand her immediate release.
They did a fairly good job on this. The voice acting in the remake. The remake voice acting.
Ramza Beowulf? You were the one who murdered Cardinal Delacroix.
The real life Knights Templar are involved in the casting of this voice acting in the remake. And we know this because they shout out the Knights Templar. And you go, what?
Raise the alarm. A notorious heretic lays siege to the cathedral.
But if you didn't know, the royal family of England isn't actually the royal family. They were slain hundreds of years ago, and it was either the replacement family that slain them, or they were slain by outside assassins. Well, we just know that the original royal family isn't who we think it is, and that's what this game is. That's what the story, the original story in Final Fantasy Tactics is about. It's about how the royal family sometimes is completely assassinated one night, and then they just instead of telling everyone we're gonna lose the country, they just come out with replacement dudes the next day that look like you.
You are foolish to present yourself before us. In Saint Ajora's name, we will carry out your sentence where you stand.
And that's sort of who the royal family is to this day. But that's what this video game is trying to tell you. But that's why the Knights Templar have a good shout out. That's why these voice actors are here too. They're genuine British accents. Every single one of these people. They don't have jobs in entertainment career. They're from Deep State, legit. That's why they sound like that. Yeah, we gotta check. Okay, we don't need anything there. We don't need anything there. I think we have guardian bracelets, yeah. We don't need that. Dragon rod. We should definitely steal that dragon rod. Because we only have one. I seem to remember these guys. These guys are like standing on treasure right here or something. I'm having a flashback. There's something special I don't remember about those two guys right there. Here it is, right here. Yeah, healing staff and blood sword. We already got that stuff. Stock up on holy water. Alright, I'm gonna just skip to there. Oh yeah, there's nothing to steal and nothing to treasure hunt, it looks like. Oh no, there's elixirs, right. We should be stealing the elixirs, and so we shall. I have a feeling because there's not much going on here, we might need to have our treasure hunters with max jump on them, but we're not there yet. We might need to transition it, we shift gears into that. I get the feeling. Sometimes I turn the news down so they can't say propaganda out loud, but they can do a billboard about it. It's called billboard mode. TVs that are showing the news, the button should just be called billboard mode. Yeah, invent a TV like that. I was joking, but you should do that, actually. I bet you should do that on some fake news level. Billboard mode. It's called the crawl. They already have that, and it's called the news crawl at the bottom of the ocean. Hey, I just wanted to know if you were sleeping through my speech. I just wanted to know who was paying attention. You know what's really sad about that joke is that there are people waiting on my every bated breath or whatever, waiting with bated breath on my every word. But that's because they think I'm a criminal and they're trying to frame me. Ha ha ha, you know. We need a Kurt Metzger laugh right there. Right. I was joking about Yeah.
Simple.
Whatever it takes.
My turn.
Yeah, I wonder how much they can even portray in billboard mode. There's an ode to sign language in there somewhere that I can't think of just yet. Yeah, I wonder, do the news without any sound.
Hard work pays off. What's next?
You're wasting it all. Right now, I just want to fuck. No. If you take this news show and just go by just the news show without the sound, all we want to do is have sex with the pretty lady so far. And there's a city behind us. So it must mean she's a lady of the night. There's the stairway to heaven over there. Which I'm laughing in the middle of saying because I'm sure, I just realized I know they call it the stairway to heaven too. I'm sure they do. Somebody at CNN died and he was really powerful there and he was like, look, I want a stairway to heaven commemorating me behind you guys from now on. They totally stole that song.
What's my next move?
I think, not only do I think that Stairway to Heaven is a stolen song.
The next move is key.
I believe that Landslide is a stolen song. How about that?
I can do this.
I think there was an old black dude singing the blues in the back of a, bar, mistreating this young Stevie Nicks or something. And he was like, he had such an attitude that he was never going to make it in the business. And they were just like, and she was just like, she was just like, hey, I thought of this song the last time I fucked this guy or something, But she just stole his song, I just know. There are some songs that you just know are stolen. It's like when Gandalf picks up a blade in the troll cave, and he's like, these aren't troll make. This one's name is Orcris the Goblin Cleaver. And my Glamdring the Foe Hammer. You can just tell that Landslide by Fleetwood Mac and Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin were stolen songs. Both of those songs are stolen blades in troll caves of Tolkien. It's an elvish blade. I love the mega fan who's giving me the look right now. Dude, you have no idea how the world works. Trust me. I'm so right. I'm so correct. You don't even know. Yeah. Oh yeah, her pimp's name was Daddy, who she stole the song from. You know. It's beautiful. It's my favorite. And it's my favorite. I'm so glad she did. But I'll never believe that this song isn't stolen. Straight up. As a nobody who wrote the QAnon drops, it's so easy for me to believe that this song was stolen from a similar genius such as myself. And that's Anne Rind. That was Atlas Shrugged. And the Apes of God. That there's only one true artist and everyone else just steals from him. Wait. Wait. Why is this not pumping in? Because I need to make it a source? Let's try that. Let's try this. Let's try this
again. This is for you, Daddy.
Got it, yeah. I'm still learning the sound system, obviously.
I took my love and I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills till the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love?
I mean, this guy was living in rural America.
Can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life?
I was gonna say, hot young women don't sing about like the countryside mountains like an old blues, blues man. There's this point right there when I said this dude lived in a rural part of America. There's this point in the song where you just get this point.
Snow-covered hills till the landslide brought.
Yeah, when she talks about the hills and then the landslide, that's exactly like when George W. Bush called it the internet. Instead of just calling it, or no, he called it, or the interwebs. No, it was, no. There was a famous example in politics. He called it the interwebs? No. What are words for the internet? I think he said the Google. Let me look it up. I bet I could look it up in an old news article. George W. W. Bush famous quote. It was with the in it. It was the about the internet, about computers, the internets and the Google. Here we go. The famous George W. Bush quote with "the" regarding technology and computers is his famous reference to the internets and the Google, right? The internets. He said, "I hear there's rumor." Right. He said, "I hear there's rumors on the internets that we're going to have a draft." And then he said, one of the things he had to be joking. That first one he was joking, I'm sure. And then the Google. One of the things that I use on the Google is to pull up maps. Yeah. And I can tell you, as a writer, as a genius writer, I can tell you that when she says the hills and the landslide, that's like when George W. Bush said the internets or the Google. I'm sorry, ma'am. You do not sound like that. Some old, grizzled man in like rural America, and I mean rural. He sings about the hills and the mountains like that, all right? I don't want to hear it. You didn't write that song. And he says the internets, and he says the Google too, all right? The snow-covered hills and the landslide, and the Google and the internet, you know? I'm not buying it that she wrote the song.
I took my love and I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills till the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky.
Yes, and you know what? I'm right. You know why I'm right? You know why I'm right, George W. Bush? Because it should be, if she wrote this song, it would have been "and a landslide brought it down." But he doesn't say, "I Googled it." He says, "the Google." I use on the Google. Right? If she wrote that song, it would have been "and a landslide and a hair dryer for my dressing room," you know? But it's not. You can just tell as a writer. It's like when your teacher catches you with plagiarism. I caught her. I caught you. It's not the landslide, ma'am. It's a landslide if you wrote it. There's no way.
Within my heart, rise above. Can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? I don't know.
How old was she when she said, "Can she handle the seasons of her life?" About 23.
Afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder. Children get older. I'm getting older too. So
I'm gonna put it in. No. Take it down. Take it down. I'm gonna put it into Google. I hope it comes back that they admit she didn't write this song, because it feels like the last time I searched this up. It was like she wrote it when she was 16 or something. When did... I knew it. Yeah, because this is a rant that I've given before. They claim she wrote it when she was like, how old? How old? "27." I am so much smarter than that. Found you out. We're doing Stairway to Heaven next.
I took my love and I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills till the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky.
They claim that she wrote the song after her record label dropped her, and it's my job and obligation and duty as the author of QAnon to fill in the blanks for you that she was stealing songs, and that's why her record label dropped her, because they were stealing songs. Duh. This is like reading the Epstein files, and I'm sure they're in the Epstein files too. Epstein gave her the song.
This is for you, Daddy.
To get back on her feet.
I took my love and I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills till the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? Can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? I don't know. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, children get older, and I'm getting older too. So
There's no way she wrote the landslide instead of a landslide. I'm sorry. I'm double and triple checking it in my head. There's no way she wrote the landslide.
I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, children get older, I'm getting older too. I'm getting older too. So take this love, take it down. climb a mountain and you turn around. If you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, well, the landslide will bring it down, down. And if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, well, maybe the landslide will bring it down. Well, the landslide will bring it.
Yeah. The best songs in life are stolen. Especially QAnon. The best song in the world is made to be stolen. If you didn't steal the best song, if you heard the best song in the world and didn't steal it, what the fuck are you doing anyway?
There's a lady who's sure.
But really, just like me, there's some guy out there playing this song before somebody steals it and goes famous.
When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed. With a word, she can get what she came
I'm going Jethro Tull fan wrote this song.
There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure. 'Cause you know sometimes words have two meanings. In a tree by the brook, there's a songbird.
Like Shakespeare. You know, none of those were written by one dude, for sure.
There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving. In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the trees, and the voices of those who stand looking. Soon, if we all call the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason, and a new day will dawn for those who stand long, and the forests will echo with laughter.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. hit him with disable.
Yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. And it makes me wonder.
Where's the dragon stuff? Okay.
Your head is humming and it won't go. In case you don't know, the piper's calling you to join him. Dear lady, can you hear the wind blow? And did you know your stairway lies on the whispering wind?
The hairband stuff is them. There walks a lady we all know. You know, that hairband, like, you know, like feminine man with long hair being a hairband in the 80s. That, like, walks this way, you know, talks this way, you know, like, that is them. Like, there's no way that was part of the original song. Like, that's their mark on the song they stole. You know, so it looks like it's theirs. You know, the any kind of Epstein lyrics about, you know, anything in Epstein Island territory, that's the band. The band wrote that lyric because Epstein told their manager in their manager's house told them to do it. But, like, you know, as a really good writer, it's not even as, like, a computer genius or as somebody who loves music. It's literally as a writer. It's just as a writer. Not even writer, but, like, with a D, a writer. You can just tell. You can tell what is... That's how they catch kids for plagiarism. That's how your teacher holds your paper up at the front of the classroom. It's so obvious sometimes. When somebody's really smart, like I am, it is so obvious. Do you think the real author's name was Frank Stein? Do you think the real true author of Frankenstein was a true story about how Dr. Frank N. Stein, like, took body parts and had them sewn, like, in real life? And they were like, look, instead of tell everybody about Epstein cannibalism and all this stuff, we're going to take Dr. Frank N. Stein's notes and just give them to my wife. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's it. I think that's the best QAnon drop I've ever found. I'll bet you anything that the guy who actually wrote Frankenstein tried it in real life first. It wasn't a book. He was trying it, and his name, the doctor's name, not the monster's name, because it doesn't work. Spoiler alert, you can't resurrect somebody. I'll bet you anything. The real life doctor who tried to resurrect the guy by sewing him back together and hitting him with lightning. He knew flames were alive. He knew that life takes a spark with the lightning. But dude, yeah, the guy who did Frankenstein in real life was definitely, his first name was definitely Frank. His middle initial was definitely N. And he was a Stein, you know. Frank N. Stein. It's like a joke. It's like a popsicle. Like when you finish eating a popsicle out of a kid's box. It's like the joke you see on the stick of a popsicle. But it's 100% true. Doesn't mean it didn't totally happen. Yeah, I mean, they didn't res a dude. The resurrection is not true. But the hitting the lightning of the corpse, 100%, yo. Totally illegal. It's desecration of a corpse. Like, if the truth got out that how Frankenstein actually started, those dudes would be totally shut down. The whole, medical... The whole university, which gave Dr. Frankenstein's, doctorate, they'd be all shut down. So there's no way the true story could be told. So that they gave it to the guy's wife as a fantasy. And his brother was an addict or something. It was also the year they invented morphine. Like, his brother got really hooked. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of it's two stories put together. Yes, I was going to say an amalgamation, but I didn't think you were smart enough as a collective audience to do it. Turn off LBC radio. They're doing gypsy news again. I'm going to get out of here. I'm out, dude. I'm so full on sandwich and potato chips.
The next move is key.
While we're doing the Epstein files, can we admit that the author of Frankenstein was named Frank N. Stein?
I shall not yield.
What if the Epstein files go all the way back to Frankenstein? What year was Frankenstein made? (1818). Oh my god, you're kidding me. Dude, I was ready for 1890. If you have any idea of history, if you have any grasp of time in history, I was thinking 1890, but 1818 is so long ago. That's like George Washington was reading it. You know, when you think of Ben Franklin, you don't think of, next door neighbor is Frankenstein. You think of Frankenstein as like a modern scientific laboratory, too. There's no fucking way. It must have been an apothecary or something. They didn't have electricity. That's what it is. They just hardcore didn't even have electricity. Oh. No, yeah, I got it now. Frankenstein was about the invention of the light bulb and electricity. I got it. The light bulb. 1879 was the light bulb. 1818 was Frankenstein. So in a way, Frankenstein was about the invention of the light bulb. Straight up. Because if you think about it, Frankenstein must have invented the wire, right? Wait, did the original Frankenstein have electrical wires attached to him? No, the original Frankenstein did not feature electrical wires, neck bolts, or laboratory filled with electrical equipment. Well, what the fuck? Hold on a second. But he hits him with lightning. Wait a minute. We're about to blow the lid off of this. Okay. In the original Frankenstein, how does the lightning get into Frankenstein? The lightning does not get into the creature. The iconic scene of using lightning to animate the monster is a creation of later film adaptations. No way. No fucking way. I don't even really believe it. I don't. We might have to read the book. I'm gonna put this on my Audible library. Hold on, let me throw this on the library because we're gonna have to sort this out eventually. I have to read. Do you know what this means? Do you know what this means? This means that I have to read Frankenstein now, the original unabridged. Let me get this into my Audible real quick. Not that one. Where are we here? Stop that. Stop it. This is it. Here it is. Let's see here. My library. The Divine Comedy, Dante's Inferno, James Joyce, Ulysses, James Joyce, Finnegan's Wake, unabridged. I've read that. Return of the King, The Two Towers, Fellowship of the Ring, The End of the Earth, Oblivion by David Foster Wallace, The Brothers Karamazov, Don Quixote by Cervantes, Gulliver's Travels, The Book of Five Rings, Miyamoto Musashi, War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, unabridged, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, A Book for All and None, Friedrich Nietzsche, Every Love Story is a Ghost Story, The Life of David Foster Wallace by D.T. Max. Purity. Oh, I hated that book. I didn't even finish it. I shouldn't have read that. The Pale King, David Foster Wallace, posthumously released. I've read that. Gravity's Rainbow, Thomas Pynchon. I've read that. Hated it. I gotta read it again. More than any other book. The Broom of the System, Infinite Jest, The Legend of King Arthur and His Knights, the Once and Future King. Moby Dick, I've read all that. Heavier Than Heaven, my favorite biography. Okay, and now Frankenstein. Let me throw that on the... Yeah, before I did the live stream, I would read audiobooks. Add to cart, add to wish list. Can we get them both in there? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Twilight of the Idols and 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Now we got Frankenstein in here. Oh yeah, but before I did the live stream, I would read audiobooks. So don't even try to tell me people don't read anymore. Now that I do the live stream, we can't just sit here reading audiobooks. Well, we will. Eventually we'll read an audiobook together. Just because I'm that much of a jerk, though. Not because it's such a good idea. Only because I'm that much of a jerk. It's kind of a jerk thing to do, to read on live stream. I mean, if you're at a family gathering or something, it's fine to read a book. You know? That's no problem. But if you're live streaming alone... Don't read an unabridged out loud.
You will perish.
This bodes ill.
I only read unabridged books, and that's why I can't read audiobooks on live stream.
Come on.
Well, I can, and we're definitely going to do all of Infinite Jest someday. But, you know, that's because I'm a jerk.
Only one thing for it.
Not because it's a good idea.
I see the light.
And I've read Infinite Jest 4 times, so we have to do the 5th time on live stream.
I fear nothing.
Okay, I'm taking a dragon rod. Sounds like, sounds like bathroom humor. You're gonna go in there and take a big dragon rod.
Down with you!
Confound it.
Where to?
Yes, that is a dragging joke. Let's end this stream. Let's end this stream before someone gets hurt.
This should work.
I mean, my characters in the video game. I think I can jump that. Watch this. This is why Dragoon is the best, I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is.
The next move is key.
Dragon Rod. We need to end the live stream. After that joke, after the Dragon Rod joke, because it would be dragging behind you if you
Let's go.
if you let go a big dragon rod. That's why I'm struggling with this joke.
I've seen better
Yeah,
days.
it's too much. It's too much. It's all too much. It's all. Some jokes are so innocent and so simple, and just ridiculous, off of the charts. Gross. If you let them be. Only if you let them be. It's all in your. In other words, it's all in your head. The best jokes are unbelievably gross, and it's all in your head on some level.
Only one thing for it.
A dragon rod. I mean, I think dragons are the coolest thing ever in the world, and that's our whole family style kung fu is based on dragons, and that's sort of why I want a dragon rod to be known as a poop. Anyway, here's the point. I have to steal a dragon rod from... I have to steal one from this guy. Against his will, believe it or not. That's why you take a poop. The British go to the loo. They leave a poop, but Americans take a poop. What was the joke? It's an old joke that I wrote. Was it a Lou? I can't remember half of the joke. But the punchline is that Americans take a poop. And the British leave, what do they do? I can't even remember. Anyway, a dragon rod. That's disgusting. Yeah, so does that mean that the raunchiest jokes are all just in your head? They're very innocent, and on some cosmological level, they're all just part of your imagination. It's all part of your imagination on some level. You have to be, in other words, you have to be smart enough to even know how raunchy a joke is, so like normal people won't even get it. So it just is. It just exists. All right, we gotta. Put this corner at the bottom of the screen. Height 7, and it's a tree. So if we, not that screen. It's got to be over here. Yeah, here it is. Of course, it's the last one. Height 7, tree. Left 11, up 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Up 1. Okay, right there. I'm gonna end the stream. It's just, everything is, I'm sorry everyone, everything's gone on for so long that like, I'm out of it. This is sort of gonna take a while. No, keep going. I want to give up, but let's not give up. Don't give up. Just fast forward. You know what? Fast forward through everything. I've been trying not to fast forward too quick so people can see. I'm saying fast forward. Changing my answer to fast forward. Alright, this should work right here. Elixir? X potion. Load. I'll give it 5 tries and then we'll do something else. Or we'll try the other guy, I mean.
A pleasant surprise.
Yeah, I think the summoner picks up weapons and armor, and I think the thief picks up items like elixirs. We're about to find out.
A pleasant surprise.
In other words, the guy with bravery picks up the items, and the guy with faith picks up the weapons and armor. It's something like that. Oh, wow, never mind. I got the elixir. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I think I lucked out on it anyway. I should look it up. All right, treasure hunting and Final Fantasy. What's the difference between bravery and faith? I'm changing my answer to treasure hunting, Final Fantasy Tactics. Low bravery or low faith? It says low faith is not... Oh, whatever. I don't even believe the AI anyway. All right, we got the elixir. Next one. Left 9, up 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right where that chest is, huh? Alright, now I'm gonna see if this thief can find the elixir. And that will answer the question I was having earlier. That's a fine test. Alright, well... Yeah, and then he got the elixir in one shot. So there is a chance. There's a chance either way. Last elixir. Left 10, up 7, and then we're ending the stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up there.
I must concentrate.
Okay, I'll give you my take on Manosphere. This is gonna be an important take. The reason that TJ Preddy got shot in the back by those officers was not because video games are violent. It's because a long time ago they didn't respect video games enough, and so we didn't get really good video games anymore, and then we got bad video games and bad people and bad players and bad everything, and that's how they shot that guy in the back on the street. And video games. Oh, Manosphere. The reason the Manosphere exists is because TikTok doesn't have women interact with me. Or it doesn't have me interact with women. We're supposed to battle each other like we're gonna fight, but my grandmother always said women don't belong in combat or on the police force. She always used to ask me, would you want a woman backing you up out there in a really bad war fight? I was like, I guess not, Nana. Anyway, she was great. What are we talking about? What were we talking about? I know we weren't talking about women in combat. What were we talking about? I totally forgot what I was just saying. Oh, Manosphere. Thank you, Manosphere. Yeah. Just the same way that TJ Preddy got shot in the back with his own gun when he was being stopped by the, agents. That happened because we didn't respect video games a long time ago. It's not because video games are violent. It's because a long time ago, the senators and congresspeople, or whoever was in charge, they didn't respect it. And so what happened is we got shitty video games and shitty people and shitty players. That's what the manosphere is as well. That's why I'm an incel right now to this day. That's why I do this show by myself for nobody constantly. That's why Anne Frank, had to hide behind a wall in World War. It's that whoever created Match Group or, Meta or whatever, whoever created Instagram and, Tinder or whatever, the shortcomings, the serious failings, compared to the digital utopia that I grew up in on the internet in the 90s or the late 90s, the early 2000s, like before social media was invented, before monetized, it was just video game nerds on the internet. And your guild was your Google and your Facebook and, your YouTube all in one. You had to know guildies and have friends and be guildies. Then social media was invented and TikTok or whatever happened. And now what you get, the manosphere is a product of not taking computers seriously. Yet again, the leaders of society were not taking it seriously enough, and now we have the manosphere. Now we have people getting shot with their own guns by the police. Anyway, I'll see y'all later. Let's finish this video game. This is a good video game from the 90s. If people were playing a game like this more, they'd be a lot smarter.
Come on.
Let alone hurting others, But, you have to respect things that are really cool first. The first thing you have to do is respect it when something's really cool, If you sell it down the river, now you got social media and whatever we have now, monetize, social media where we're selling people, There's going to be a way where future generations, millions of years from now, will look at our internet and be like, they were just, selling people. And we'll be like, hey, I'm not selling anyone. I'm not selling anything. And they'll be like, oh, you have no idea what you're doing. Out there on social media, It's Morpheus is, you think that's air you're breathing? He's like, you think slaves didn't make your phone? He's like, you think slaves didn't build the pyramids, Joe Rogan?
That's a bad find.
Alright, I got the last elixir. Let's go. Yeah, the pyramids are a huge monument to slavery. When slavery was the coolest thing ever, when the slavery was the coolest thing around, that's when the pyramids were built. And they are a monument to slavery itself. And that's why it's so disrespectful to say the aliens built it. It's so disrespectful to the legacy of human slavery to even suggest that the pyramids were built by anything other than human slaves. With or without religion.
I have you now!
And that's who that the Jews are, I guess.
Nothing holds fear for me now.
'Cause they built the pyramids. And then the
Prepare
Pharaoh,
yourself
famously,
for love.
Moses went to the Pharaoh when the pyramids were built. Moses clapped his hands, the dust off his hands, and went, Pharaoh, let my people go. We're done with the pyramids. And there was no argument. He couldn't argue with him. They put the last brick on top of the pyramid, and he was like, let my people go. And the idea that people don't get that is laughable. I can't understand how people don't realize that. Yeah, I have no time for alien theories about the pyramids. They're the greatest monument ever built to the concept of human slavery. And to deny that is one of the sickest and disrespectful things I've ever heard as a psychologist or a historian. Shit, I just saved it over the wrong save. Hard. Fuck. Oh well, I think we're okay. I'm the glorious Lord Erickson Krona, the Seneschal of the Ingot House, the author of QAnon, the Fire Major Guru as seen on YouTube, of the name, the Battle Master... The Arena Master, Battle Master, Gladiator, Field Marshal, and Exagoras of the Alliance. By the title, The Venom of Evil. This is DJ Real Draw. Farewell. I can't believe I got... That's the first time I've gotten the effects right on my mixer over here. Single, never married, no kids. I'm looking for a pretty girl. Let me know. Farewell, everyone. Farewell.